Yo, what's up everybody? Are you ready for capitalism? To listen to some video game music? What's up? Raspberry, Giovanni's gonna help us. Fee, Blueprint, Emerthian, Javelin, Yosu. What's up guys? Yeah, so in case you don't know, in case this is your first rodeo, today we're gonna listen to music and I'm gonna take super chat requests. Yaina Valkia, hello. D3, Sian, Porital. Ask says, my suggestion almost made it last time. One song away, so I'm gonna try again. Yeah, I mean, guys, you can start. I'm ready. Who's gonna be the first? Whoever is the first, like, you have the opportunity to get your request heard immediately for very cheap, because there's no requests. He says it's Phoenix. I changed my name. Okay, Phoenix. M2 is here. Austin. Locus. Hey Locus. How are you doing, man? I think it's been a while since I've seen you in a live stream. Yeah, Yosu says, you got a police badge. What happened to the range? Sarah is here. Is there a time limit for the music? I'm thinking of donating for a song that is 6 minutes. We usually... I think in the past, if a song is longer than 6 minutes, when it gets to the 6-minute mark, or I think it was 5-minute mark, then we just skip ahead a little bit, you know, so we don't take up too much time in one song. So yeah, you can request any song you want, but remember that after the 5-minute mark, we're gonna start skipping ahead. And the first request is from M2. Thank you, M2. Harvest Moon, Save the Homeland. Summer theme. Let's see. Save the Homeland. Which one is that? Which console is that? Locus, thank you, Locus. Let me put the list on the screen. Yep. Which console is that? Oh, PS2. PS2. Man. Harvest Moon music used to be so good. Austin, thank you, Austin. Man, it's such a chill harmony. The harmony keeps going down and down and down. It's such a relaxing feel. Giovanni says, Sarah started playing the Super Nintendo Harvest Moon on the Switch, and she loves it. Wow. I feel like Harvest Moon is such a good game for kids. I played it all the time when I was a kid, too. The Game Boy one was my first one. I used to play a lot of Harvest Moon. I don't know what happened to Harvest Moon. I don't know if I just grew out of it or if it just turned bad. It's probably both. Because I feel like the newer Harvest Moons are not good. Thank you guys, Omertian. Thank you, Milo. W Crazy. Raid. Pori. Yeah, I love this theme. I never played this one, Save the Homeland. The one on PS2 that I played was Wonderful Life, I think. Shidex is here. Hey, Shidex. So next up, I believe, is Serafina. Hi, love your content. Can you listen to Shatter the Pantheon from Celeste? Sure. Strawberry Jam. Man, I really like that Harvest Moon one. Shatter the Pantheon. And this one, like I said before, this one is 8 minutes long. So when we get to the 5-minute mark, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. MSG. Thank you, MSG. Ibrahim is here. Hey, Ibrahim. Martin says Celeste has pantheons too. This album, Strawberry Jams, it came up during a previous stream. I asked people what it was. People explained it to me and I forgot. Strawberry Gems Volume 5. Is it a remix album? Oh, it's from modded content from the game. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Celeste Strawberry Gem is an incredibly large community-made mod. Not official, but gameplay-wise, just as good. Cool, cool. Very quiet so far. It probably builds up, right? Oh, ominous. Tension, tension. Wow. Wow, orchestral. I don't think I've ever heard orchestral Celeste music. SS Niku. Thank you, SS Niku. I feel like there's some polyrhythms going on. Because the ostinato is going like do 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 do, and there's a percussion going do 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 do. It almost like they are at different tempos. It creates such a disorienting feeling. Like there's two songs. Yeah, Giovanni says there are. Yeah, it's like there's two songs playing at the same time. It's so disorienting. I imagine this is obviously an intentional effect, right? Whatever's happening on the game. And I mean, Celeste has mental health, like anxiety themes to the music. So maybe it's something related to that, like a disorienting state of mind that they want to invoke. Silverblade, thank you. Rise of Sneezing, thank you. Thank you guys. Serafina says it's a 5/3 polyrhythm, yes. Mash, thank you, Mash. Man, Castlevania Lords of Shadow. What a blast from the past. M2, thank you. I wonder if you will get orchestral again. That was so surprising. For a moment, it's almost like the soundtrack turned into Souls. Very, very ominous track. It remains quiet for almost all of it. Oh, there's some brass building up. Oh, I feel like it's about to change into something else. Oh, I can see on the YouTube video here, there's a most watched part coming up. Apple Juice is here. Hey, Apple Juice. What's up? How are you guys, by the way? Doing good? Everyone's fine, everyone's safe. We're getting into the most watched part. Wow. I could never guess this was from Celeste. I mean, it's a mod, but still. Wow, the polyrhythms are so disorienting. Like, the orchestral string part has such beauty to it. But at the same time, I feel like the percussion doing the polyrhythm is like pulling us away from that. Papa, thank you. Ask, thank you. And I believe, yeah, we're past the 5-minute mark, so we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. Oh, orchestral. Bells? That sounds like a happy conclusion. Oh. Wow. That's so symphonic. It sounds like the ending of a... Sounds like a coda of a symphony. So glorious. Nice. Yeah, from here on out, I feel like it's gonna be... Yeah, quiet. It's just gonna fade out. Okay, so we're gonna listen to the next one. Wow, this one was really surprising. Next up, we have Austin. Got a crazy one for you, Davi. I would like to recommend Angry Birds Epic Boss Battle. Another blast from the past. Angry Birds. Let's go. I asked you guys how you're doing, and I didn't even read. Angry Birds Epic Boss Battle. I'm not sure, but I think it's this one. Like, none of the tracks have this exact name, but I think it's this one. Eza is here. Hey, Eza. Hi, Davi. Just want to ask if you're doing this music react. Did YouTube ban your video? No, I do this every month. Leon says, does it cost 20 per request? No, you can donate as much as you like. But the requests are prioritized by value. So this is a boss theme, right? Yeah, bouncy noises. And the orchestra is made up mostly of woodwinds. It creates that cartoony kind of sound, but there's some brass as well. Clara, thank you, Clara. Zenix, thank you. Can you hear all the clarinet, the flutes? I think there's also an upright bass. Austin says this one doesn't sound like the right one. I don't know which one is the right one. Because no other one has the name There's no track called Boss Battle. Boss Battle theme. Let me see. Yeah. I mean, there's no video with that name exactly. So, Austin, we're gonna... Austin says, try Final Boss. Okay, let's try that. Final Boss theme. Yeah, no. I mean, there's a bunch of boss themes, but none of them is just called Final Boss theme or just boss theme. So, Austin, we're gonna skip yours for now. You can find out the exact name of the track and write it on chat. And we're gonna listen to your track later, okay? But for now, let's do Got One Project Wingman. If I don't see... Yeah, Giovanni says, maybe send the link on the Discord. Yeah, that would be cool. Or maybe if you find like the exact video that you want, if you just write the exact title, should be easy to find. But this one is Project Wingman World on Fire. World on Fire. I think it's this one. Austin says, okay, I apologize for the holdup. No worries, no worries. But this one is World on Fire from Project Wingman. Desi says, happy weekend, Davi. Thank you. Thank you, Desi. Happy weekend for you. Serafina, thanks again. M2, thanks again. Apple Juice says, I've been sick for like a month now. I hope everyone else has been well. We've been doing good. Oh, organ. I think this is one of those slow building tracks. Man, Project Wingman. I hear music of this game, I feel like almost every stream. And I still don't know what this game looks like. I imagine it's probably some sort of war game, right? Tio is here. Hey, Tio. Choirs. Heavy brass. Locus says, watching stream while on highway. Peak experience. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool, man. Orchestra with drums. I love that sound. I have to say, by the way, this is so hard to get right, like mixing wise, to get a drum set to work well with orchestra. Ask says, hey Davi, has anyone asked how your week was? No. Not yet. Project Wingman is essentially the daughter of Ace Combat, but mostly with air superiority. War, but mostly with air superiority. Okay. Raid says, well, how was your week? Week was good. I mean, it was a bit scary and in a way not good at all because Giovanni knows about this. Our town has been hit with some floods this week. It's been kind of scary, but other than that, pretty good. Man, I had a productive week. I managed to finish a 3-minute track really quickly. So that was good. Have you done Ace Combat? I've heard, I have some videos on Ace Combat, but man, I'm always down for some Ace Combat music. It's amazing. He also says, glad you're okay, glad you're safe. Says Xenix, thank you. It's been crazy. But yeah, me and Julia are safe. Giovanni's safe as well. Everyone I know is safe. So it's fine. Yeah, Giovanni says, more than 50 people unfortunately passed due to the landslides. Yeah, it's been scary. Crazy rain. Man, I love the drums. Man, so glorious now. Wow, this is amazing. I really like this one. I've heard Project Wingman music before. This one might be my favorite. Noemi's here. Hey, Noemi. Noemi says, what a weird way to find out what state you probably live in. Yeah, it's been in the news, like internationally even. So if you've been following the news, you probably now know which state I live in. Man, that was really cool. Probably my favorite Project Wingman track. But now we're gonna listen to Operation Pine Suit. Arknights. Oh. I've done, I think, 1 Arknights or 2 Arknights videos on the channel. Pine Suit. Oisin. Hey, Oisin. How are you doing? Thank you, by the way. But now the floods, the landslide kind of thing, I feel like now it's over because there was just like a sequence of like 3 or 4 days with like constant insane rain. The volume of rain was 400% higher than usual. But now there's no rain being forecast for the next several days. So I think we're good. Wow, what is the song? This sounds like, almost sounds like early 2000s emo, that kind of emo era. Blueprint, thank you, Blueprint. He also says, I was about to say, yeah, didn't expect an Arknights track to have lyrics. I feel like Arknights is gacha, right? If I'm not mistaken. I feel like almost all of those gacha games are incorporating these radio-like songs in the games. Seems like a common trend, like a business model. Because the games are free from what I understand, so I feel like they need I feel like they need, in marketing material and teasers and stuff, music that appeals to the mainstream, I feel like. Loki says, is tower defense really? Arc Knight? Oh. Ask says, how long will the stream be today? What happens to tracks that don't make it to the end since they're paid? Usually I try to listen to all of the tracks. I'm gonna, at some point in the stream, I'm gonna close the requests and then we're just gonna go on listening. Usually I'm able to listen to all of them. Okay, the streamo. Have you heard any Fury tracks? I don't think so, not that I remember. Serafina says, it's tower defense with gacha mechanics, but it's probably not bad gacha because I have heard nothing about it. Interesting. Tower defense gacha. M2 with the Dragon Quest, man. Dragon Quest music is good. Lay, thank you, Lay. And I wonder if this music was made for the game or if it was licensed for the game. And it's so hard to tell with these gacha games. Because even some of the music made specifically for the game sounds like it came straight out of the radio. I've heard recently some tracks from Wuthering Waves. They just sound like, I don't know, like TikTok music. Yeah, very radio-esque. Okay, next up is Shidex. Thank you, Shidex, for Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Tragic Prince. Man, I have to play this game. I think Symphony of the Night would be a great stream game, actually, for the gameplay channel. Tragic Prince. Silverblade, thank you, Silverblade. Giovanni says, I agree, super cool. Have you played it, Giovanni? I've heard some of the soundtrack. I remember these guitars. Oh yeah, did you already plug the stream call somewhere? You mean the open call? No. Yeah, I should tell people about this. Hold up, let me see if I can share the post. Man, listen to the bass. The galloping kind of rhythm. So heavy metal. Guys, since Yosu mentioned it, look. There's a post going on the gaming channel to decide the next game I'm gonna play. It's just a post, so you can just reply to it. It's right over here. You can just reply to it with any game you like, any kind of game you want me to play. You can upvote games you like and stuff. Meta, thank you, Meta. Thank you. Thank you very much. EX05 dual theme connected. Master Jewel OST is 3 themes in one video. In gameplay starts with the first, then goes to the second and third in sequence when certain events happen. The first sounds strangely similar to Proof of a Hero. Interesting. Thank you, Meta. Thank you. Very generous. Very generous. Oh, listen. Thank you, Kayla, Serafina. Man, I love the bass. Serafina says, to be honest, sending so much OST, SJOST, because it's not popular enough to be getting reactions on its own. That's the whole point of these streams. So be my guest. And let me send the link again in case anyone missed. This is the link of the post that is going on the gameplay channel for people that want to suggest a game for me to play there on the gameplay channel. You can write anything, you can upvote games you like. I never... I actually don't know who composed the soundtrack of this game. It's a Konami game. Lysander's here, hey Lysander. Yeah, Symphony of the Night, yeah. Ibrahim says, Armored Core 6 is there, by the way. I took a look at the post today. From what I can tell so far, it seems like Outer Wilds is winning. Michiru Yamane, okay. Michiru Yamane. That's the composer. So next up is Meta EX05 dual theme. I don't even know what game this is. Master Jewel. Let me see. Maybe sometimes I say I don't know what game it is, but then I look at it at a thumbnail or something and I recognize it. EX05. Oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course. I knew it sounded kind of... I don't know, Master Jewel sounded kind of familiar to me. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Giovanni says, sent you Austin's request. Okay. Thank you, Giovanni. We're gonna listen to it after this, Austin. The yearly, thank you, the yearly. It seems like you forgot to send the text. Oh, I see. I immediately know what you mean. Oh, we're back. The stream died for a little bit. I don't think that was me. That was probably on YouTube's end. Yeah, I realized. The proof of a hero little motive is probably a coincidence. I mean, it's certainly a coincidence because it's not even the same company. Where do I vote for songs? Today is not voting day. Today is super chat day. River, so if you want to participate, you can send a super chat of any value you like. Or if you don't want to spend money, you can just wait for next month. Because next month we do a voting stream. Today's bribery day. I like to call it more capitalism day. Because bribery sounds immoral. Yeah, it really sounds like proof of a hero. And the guitars. Ibrahim says corruption day. This is not corruption. Yeah, exactly. Raid says capitalism days are great because it means some less known games get to shine. Exactly. Man, the guitars are great. It's corruption. They only hit Davi's headphones start acting up again. Remember that? That was crazy. The song changes so much. And this is the second part of the theme, apparently. We're going into the third. The production value, you know, the recording, the performances are higher than I would expect for a Yu-Gi-Oh game. I've been wanting to watch Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way. Meta says, love this quiet part. And this one. So playful. There's almost a Celtic feel to it. Have you guys watched Yu-Gi-Oh? I never watched it. I remember it being on TV when I was a kid, but I never watched it. I wonder if it holds up, you know, as an adult. Blueprint says, I grew up watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Raid, thank you, Raid. Thank you. And the proof of a hero thing didn't come back. Noemi says Yu-Gi-Oh! Was incredibly cheesy, but still fun. Amazing choir. Really amazing, really amazing. Oh. That was really cool. Oh my god. Like fully orchestral Yu-Gi-Oh! Next up is Austin's request. It's this one. Austin again, thank you, Austin. The yearly wow, the guitar. Wait, wow. Oh my god. The Angry Birds main theme got rescued from the depths of my brain. They referenced the main theme for Angry Birds there. Which is this? It's Angry Birds. That was a request from before that we couldn't listen. The guitar solo. Yeah, Raid says that Angry Birds gave me whiplash. Man, Angry Birds, how old is Angry Birds now? Time to feel very old. Because I feel like Angry Birds might be 10 years old, but I also feel like someone in chat will show up saying it's like 15 or something. Zenix says at least a decade, but I feel like he might be. Yeah, Ibrahim says more than 10. 20? 2009. Wow, so he's almost 20. Raid says Angry Birds is apparently from 1009. Wow. So before the Middle Ages. You're playing Angry Birds with sticks and stones. Is that Angry Birds Epic? Yeah. Raid says, hey, I fixed that. The Angry Birds movie is 10 years old. See, they just did it. They referenced the Angry Birds theme. I feel a bit younger hearing this. It's from Finland, by the way. Yeah, I know. I feel like Angry Birds was one of the first huge indie success stories, at least that I remember. So next up, Zenix. Thank you, Zenix. I want to start trying different things each stream to explore things you probably never really heard music from. So this is Ghoul Chase theme, Dead by Daylight. I've heard a lot of... I've heard about Dead by Daylight, but I've never seen it or heard it. Ghoul Chase theme. I think is this one. Is it this? Giovanni says, I've played it once with a viewer. Awesome game. Is it this one? Zenix says yes. Okay. Raid. Thank you, Raid. Kayla says, are you gonna ever do other Deltarune songs? Maybe, but I don't feel like it, because the company that owns the rights to the music is awful, and it sucks the fun out of making Undertale and Deltarune content. You know, when people suggest Deltarune or Undertale on Patreon, usually I make them Patreon exclusive videos, and they're free. All my Patreon exclusive videos are free. I think there's like probably 2 or 3 Undertale videos on Patreon. Papyrus says, seeing all these requests makes me feel poor. Yeah, Apple Juice says, didn't he do a whole stream for chapter 3, 4? Yeah, I did. Very ominous. I feel like it's probably gonna build up slowly. Wait, I just realized this music is 10 minutes long. We're gonna skip around once we get to the 5-minute mark. M2, thank you, M2. Wow, this is cool. Wow, this sounds so cool. This sounds like a Dream Theater song without the drums. Right? It sounds like a prog metal riff, but the drummer is late for the rehearsal. And meanwhile, the piano on the background is doing these very dissonant chords. Yeah, the drummer slept in. It's for how closer you are to the killer, it gets more tense. Oh, so it's interactive music. Yeah, there's the drummer, but the drums are still very subdued. Which killer is this? The title of the song says The Ghoul. Mash, thank you, Mash. We're getting close to the 5-minute mark. Oh, we're descending. Voicing says Tunic based. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to hearing some Tunic music. I feel like I've heard it before, but I don't remember Tunic music. So we're now at the 5-minute mark. Let me skip ahead to see if it gets more intense. Wow, I'm skipping, like I'm doing some big jumps in between these skips, and it seems like it's not getting more intense. Maybe that's the max intensity. Yeah, it seems like that's the max intensity. That's interesting. I don't know why this video is 10 minutes long. Because like from minute 5 to minute 10, the music seems the same. But next up, we have Serafina again. Thank you, Serafina. Vacated Vessel from Strawberry Jams. Wow, that was an abrupt ending. Strawberry Jam. Strawberry Jam Volume 2. Shidax, thank you, Shidax. Desi, thank you, Desi. Desi. Piano? I mean, piano is pretty standard for Celeste. The Fungus Among Us is Celeste music? Yeah, I mean, it's a Celeste mod, technically. This is the kind of thing, the kind of song that I can see in Celeste. The previous one was very surprising, like in a good way, but still very, very out of the ordinary. Tag says, I would definitely be interested in seeing you listen to more Mugenics tracks after your last video. Do you plan on it? Guys, let me tell you something. Actually, Tag, let me tell you, just you, Tag, a secret, just for you. Everyone else, plug your ears right now. This is just for Tag. Do like one of those la 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 thing. This is just for Tag. I just recorded another Mugenics video this morning. The fungus says, I'm not listening, la 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 la. Thank you, thank you. You can listen now. You can listen now. Tag says, I won't tell anyone. Thank you, thank you. Okay, a little change in the music. Oh, the synths, of course, that's the crucial ingredient that was missing. And it really sounds like the synths that Lena Raine used in the actual game. That's so interesting. How a composer can create a style like this that is so inspiring that it inspires other people to compose in the same way, in the same style. Yeah, now it's 100% Celeste. Zenix says, can I start listening again? I can't tell. Yes. You can start listening again. Serafina again, thank you. Thank you. Oh, the drums? This has all the ingredients of Celeste music. This and Hideki Naganuma alongside Michiru Yamane. Their styles are unmatched. Wait, Michiru Yamane is the Castlevania guy, right? Giovanni says, sounds like the drummer's still learning how to play. Sounds like one of Giovanni's students. Wow, that was interesting. That was more typical of Celeste. But next up now is a request from Oisin. Thank you, Oisin. La Mulana. False Ruler. Blueprint, thank you. What is La Mulana about? I feel like I've asked that same question at least 5 times to Oisin specifically, and he has answered me 5 times, and I have forgotten the answer 5 times. So now I'm embarrassed to ask again. I do remember the music though. I remember the music having this retro quality to it. Listen to this bass. Doo-doo. Oisin says it's a Metroidvania. Yeah, but there's some history about it being a retro game somehow that got remade or something. Man, this is so cool. Davi Mencha for La Mulana. Speaking of Davi Mencha, guys. Tomorrow. Man, this song is such a vibe. Tomorrow, we're gonna stream Ocarina of Time, by the way. And we're gonna play a really cool challenge that we're doing. We're playing without the sword. So if you want to check that out, go subscribe to the gameplay channel. Oh, the music changed. Freak does says, interesting challenge. Bro, we've done one episode already. It might be some of the most fun, some of the best fun I've had in the streams. So much fun. So much fun. Arigami wa hajimete shichou shimasu to iimashita. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, because man, I'm jumping into the challenge without looking anything up. It was so much fun. The first episode, we went from like being completely disheartened, getting soft locked twice, having to restart the game, to like finally figuring it out and doing the first 2 dungeons. This is probably a level track, right? This is a Metroidvania, you guys say. So it's probably it sounds to me like an exploration track, just going about the level. Such a nice vibe to it. Davi, are you planning on making another dictatorship stream? Yes, but right now I'm enjoying these capitalism and democracy streams again. I was burned out on them for a long time, so I'm gonna do these for a while longer. By the way, how's the poll going? You mean in the gaming channel? There's no poll yet. There's just a post that I linked before. Just a post for people to write whatever they want, whatever game they want, and later I'm gonna pick, you know, the most upvoted, the most mentioned games, and then I'm gonna do a poll with it. And we're getting close to the 5-minute mark, but also I feel like it's already looping. Is there a minimum for super chat requests? Nope. There's no minimum. So we've hit the 5-minute mark. Let me skip ahead. I think it's already looping. Yeah, I remember this. It's looping. So let's listen to the next one. Thank you, Oisin, for your usual La Mulana request. But next up we have a request from Blueprint is Silk Cradles from Cult of the Lamb. It's this one. Yoshi says it's starting to look like a 4-hour stream with the amount of suggestions. But we're gonna we're gonna close the request at some point. Let me see the list, how long it is. Yeah, it's pretty long. Feel the bass. I hear about this game all the time, by the way. Oh, the harmony is interesting. There's a haunting harmony on top of this dancey beat. Super disturbing with these out of tune notes. Yeah, there's a lot of sound design, there's a lot of noise. Yeah, I see what you mean now with out of tune notes. The notes are constantly bending up and down. That is indeed kind of disturbing. Listen to the strings, The Fungus says, Cult of the Lamb is a mildly disturbing game. Xenix, thank you. Xenix, thank you again. M2, thank you again. Riverboy, the artist behind music for Cult of the Lamb, passed away last year. Wow. During Woolhaven's DLC development, and I want to honor his work. Sure. Let's appreciate his work. Man, knowing that gives this music new meaning. When will you react to more Toho music? I'm gonna post a Patreon exclusive. It's not technically not Toho, but it's Zune, a Zune composition reaction tomorrow on Patreon for free. Ever heard of the Bug Fables OST? I've heard of it, but I have not heard it. This music sounds like it could be from Binding of Isaac. That's true. The track may loop a little, but it's over. So the next one is Slay the Princess. From Le. Thank you, Le. Transformation from Slay the Princess. The Fungus says, Slay the Princess is a gem of a game. Man, I remember when Slay the Princess was being developed. I was following... I don't think I auditioned for it. I never auditioned for it. Because I remember that the game had music from very early on. But I remember following the developers and following the development very early on. Davi lore. Yeah, man, you guys would be surprised how many games that you guys enjoy and like and play that I was like watching from the very beginning, and I was like following the devs or auditioning or just hanging out following the development. Do you get to slay a princess in it? I assume so, yes. Carlos says, if I send a request now, how long will it take to be listened? If you send a lot of money, it will be listened to very soon. If you send little money, it might take like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, Ibrahim says, if you spend more than yellow tier, it will probably be very soon. Yeah. Man, and of course the female vocals have everything to do with the concept of the game, right? Because of the princess. This game, if I'm not mistaken, these are Spanish devs, right? And the name of the track is Transformation, and between brackets, live. So this is a live performance. It does sound like a real orchestra. Have you heard much of the Dead Cells soundtrack? I've heard some bits. Rebistro says, unfortunately, don't have the money for this. I spent it on a Kickstarter just now. Yeah, what Kickstarter was it? There's some... I've seen just today a monster taming game on Kickstarter that looks promising. Zenix says, I think this is for the final scene. Interesting. This, honestly, I think this is the first time I'm hearing music from this game. This sounds more serious than I remember. More serious than I expected, I mean. I expected it to be a little bit more comedic. Next up is Astral Chain. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you very much. Astral Chain. Oh! Oh, this rules immediately. Wow, this is so cool. The sound is kind of familiar to me. I wonder if this is a Satoshi Igarashi. Satoshi Igarashi. Satoshi Igarashi. Oh, of course. I knew this. This sounded familiar somehow. This sound. He worked on Nier Automata. This is so good. Man, such good harmony. Oh, there's vocals. Oh man, that was the shortest track so far. And so far my favorite from the stream. That was cool. Next up is another one from Serafina. It's Pagoda from Strawberry Jams. Lunar Pagoda. Strawberry Gems Volume 4. Davi, can you listen to Castlevania Circle of the Moon? Yes, but I will not, unless you give me money. If you want me to listen to it without giving me money, you can show up to one of the democracy streams. Next month we're gonna do a democracy stream where you can suggest a track without paying. Abkin is here. Hey Abkin. Ribestro says, I'll go. Hope you all have a wonderful time. Thank you, Ribestro. Thank you for hanging out with us. Man, this one is so smooth. Jazzy piano. When is that stream gonna be? It's gonna be on the last Friday of next month. I do these music streams every last Friday of the month. And I alternate between Capitalism Edition, which is this one, and Democracy Edition, which is the one where everyone just votes for free. Ribestro says, I'll check the Democratic stream for bug fails. Sure. This one is so chill. There's almost like an improv vibe to it. I feel like they are intentionally warping the pitch of some of these instruments. Some of them sound slightly out of tune, like intentionally, of course. Yeah, very chill. Abkin says, and Dovictatorship Edition. Yeah, but Dovictatorship editions are on hold. Because I've been enjoying these. So next up, what do we have? Digimon Survive. Is that the recent one? The recent Digimon game? That looks amazing. Digimon is also something that I missed growing up, and I wanted to watch it again. I mean, not again because I never watched it, but I wanted to watch it. But I tried to look for it in Crunchyroll, and they only have the crappy Brazilian Portuguese dub. They don't have the original Japanese dub. So Digimon Survive OST, main theme. Okay. Digimon Survive is the visual novel. Oh, okay. What is the one that came out recently? Avkin says, would YouTube Premium send a cut to Davi for skipping ads? Yes, actually. If you pay for YouTube Premium and you watch my content, YouTube gives me money. There was a new Digimon RPG, like super cool looking one that came out recently. I forget the name. Storytime Stranger. Okay. Katakuri says, I wonder if some people still think that video game music isn't real music. I'm sure there are some people that think that. People think all sorts of things. I heard some Ori there. This is very melancholic, by the way. Lonely violin and piano. Oh, cool. There's a sliver of hope there. There's a bitter, sweet feeling to this. It's melancholic, but there's still that feeling of hope, and a lot more solemn than I would expect. Wait, there's a Digimon that's straight up a dog. I'm looking at the video here while this music is playing. There's a Digimon that's just a dog. Just a big old dog. Yeah, someone's tragic backstory, yeah. Man, when I was a kid, my cousin, he had these Digimon toys that, man, they were crazy. They were kind of like Transformer toys. They had like 3 evolutions of the same monster in one toy, right? You fold this part and you stick this part in and you pull this thing out and it evolved. That was so cool, man. I bet the name of the dog is Dogmon. Apple Juice says, to be fair, there are quite a few Pokemon that are just a dog. But this dog is more just dog than any just dog Pokemon I've ever seen. At least as far as I remember. Labramon. It sounds kind of similar to Princess Mononoke OST. Yeah, I mean, the lonely, melancholic violin. The melody is very nice, though. The melody is very singable and memorable. I bet it's a recurring melody that shows up in the game. Froggy's here. Hey, Froggy. How are you doing? Froggy says, great Mugenics video, Davi. Thank you. I'm doing another one. I recorded a new one just this morning. And we just reached the 5-minute mark, but I think it's almost over. Yeah, this melody is what I'm talking about. Such a good melody. I bet it's like a main theme or something. I mean, it is the main theme. The name of the track is main theme. So that probably means this melody is the main theme. Safe assumption. Raspberry's leaving. Bye-bye, Raspberry. So next up we have from Austin, Vandal Hearts. What is that? That name is familiar to me. Is that I'm gonna try to remember, try to take a guess. I feel like this was a tactics game on the PS1. Am I remembering this correctly? Or on the Super Nintendo, something like that. Vandal Hearts. Konami. Oh, it's a Konami game. Burning Sorrow. I mean, if it has vocals like that, then it's not Super Nintendo. It must be PS1. The Zen Halley boy is here. Hey, what's up? This sounds like it could be a credits song. Oh, it's 96, 97. So it's PS1 for sure. Man, Konami used to be so cool. PS1 was a magical time. Audio quality aged really well. I mean, PS1 had CD quality music. Dio says, this sounds like some Slavic language. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it sounds like a real language to me. It probably, like, the Vandals. Vandals, it's a historical thing, right? It's a historical people. Maybe it's some related language. Look at this pizzicato. So good, man. Yeah, but about the sound quality, that was one of the main selling points of the PS1. It was a CD, so you could just put regular ass music in there. The only problem was storage limitations, because you still had to fit the whole game into the CD as well. Man, this one is really good. I don't know anything about this game, but I would bet this is a credit song. Mon ami. Mon ami, she said mon ami. Yeah, mon ami. What's up with that? There's French bits. Oh, it's over. Okay. Oh wow. Oh my god. Pay Bear. Battle with Magus. A blast from the past. Thank you very much, Pay Bear. Of course, I'm always happy to listen to Chrono Trigger music. There was a Chrono Trigger concert last month in Japan. I wish if I could have attended. Thank you very much, Payburn. Very, very generous. And amazing song choice, too. So atmospheric, the wind sounds. This is such a cool moment in the game, man. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Man, Yasunori Mitsuda might be one of the most Inspiring composers. Truly a genius. The guy composed this in his early 20s. He was like 21 or something. Are suggestions still open? Yes. Zinix says, I feel bad for knowing you like Chrono Trigger music and even liking it myself, but just not being interested in the game. Are you from that era of gaming, or are you younger? Because, I mean, now we have Expedition 33, like, modernizing the genre, but I feel like a lot of younger people are just not into JRPGs. Noemi says the song doesn't sound right without them. Orchestrated version of the song where they had the little spooky laughing noises. Interesting. Zinix says I played a fair bit of JRPGs, but it probably is just beyond my time. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It was a genre that was born out of technical and technological limitations of the time. That being said, yes, Noemi says Chrono Trigger is a nearly perfect game. Yeah. One of the best games of all time. Next up is Shidex. Thank you, Shidex. House of the Dead. Magician's Theme. Let's go. House of the Dead is fun, man. I remember playing it in the arcade. We were just talking about JRPGs and how JRPGs are just beyond some people's time. My generation was kind of beyond the arcade era already, but I did get to experience some arcade games. House of the Dead is one of them. Yeah, and this is a game by Sega. It was basically VR at the time, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Shadak says, House of the Dead brings me fond memories of playing it in the arcade with my dad. And Nish, by the way, Nishant, I just timed you out a little bit because you've been spamming. Come back on the next stream. Yeah, the guitar hits hard. Zinix says, I was just more into Dragon Quest, Golden Sun, and Pokemon. Well, if you're into Dragon Quest, I'm actually surprised you don't like Chrono Trigger. Because it was developed by the same guy. I forgot his first name. Hori. Something Hori, the creator of Dragon Quest, worked on Chrono Trigger. Elkin says, I wasn't looking at the chat, but Davi moment. I mean, he asked the question, I already answered it, and he keeps repeating it. But it's just a timeout. Oh, Yuji Horii. Wow. That just popped out of my brain. The creator of Dragon Quest. Yuji Horii, I believe. Man, this rules. It sounds so Japanese too. And later on, they released these games, the House of the Dead games, on the Wii. Man, I played them a lot on the Wii too. The Wii was such a perfect console for those kind of gun arcade games. I think it's looping already, right? Xenix has another suggestion. The Nemesis chase theme. So let's go to the next because it's looping. Nemesis chase. And this one is once again 10 minutes long, so we're gonna skip around once we get to 5 minutes. Giovanni says, how do you feel about Skyward Sword? It's a subpar Zelda game, but the Zelda series as a series is so overwhelmingly high quality, and is such a pinnacle of video gaming entertainment, and they are such like straight out bangers every single time, that even being a subpar Zelda game is still probably in the top 3, top 5 best games of that generation. Noemi said Skyward Sword is my favorite Zelda game. So yeah, it's a fantastic game, subpar Zelda game. Giovanni says 100%. I've been playing Spirit Tracks, by the way. I started playing Spirit Tracks last week. Man, Zelda is... There's no way to... There's no escaping it for me. I can like spend some time playing Souls games, playing a ton of Monster Hunter, playing a ton of different stuff. When I get back to Zelda, I'm like, bro, how do they do this? Just consistent, absolute bangers, one after the other. Even the small, cheaper games like Spirit Tracks, such absolute gold. Sir Pogs, hey Sir Pogs, thank you. And I assume this one is gonna build up slowly as well. Wait, Nemesis? Wow, is that a Resident Evil collab? Oh, that's cool. Noemi says Skyward Sword has some of the best bosses and dungeon designs. Plus it has Groose, the best boy. I've been wanting to replay Skyward Sword, especially since they removed the motion controls. Was Nemesis the one from Resident Evil 2 or 3? It was 3. But does it show up on 2 as well? I think it's mostly from 3. But I feel like I remember it showing up at 2. Resident Evil 2 had another big guy. Oh, it was not Nemesis. Mr. X was 2. Okay, Mr. X. Okay. Zenith says, that's why I said I'm gonna suggest 3 licensed characters. Okay. Shavu, thank you, Shavu. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you very much. Greetings, Lord Davi. In honor of the remaster of Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalus Chronicles, my personal game of last year, I would like to request Final Fantasy Tactics Anti-Pyrectic. Thank you. Man, I love Final Fantasy Tactics soundtrack. I haven't heard anything from the remaster. They probably didn't redo the soundtrack, right? I would imagine. They probably just remastered it. Man, that would be cool. Thank you, Shavu. And that track name, like it rings a bell. I recognize the name, but I don't remember which track it is. But it's most certainly a banger. Is it already max intensity? It is. We're at max intensity. Brass and string ostinatos. Four layers for each. So we're at the 5-minute mark, so let's skip ahead. I think it's just gonna stay the same like last time. Yeah, sounds the same. Sounds the same. Cool. Yeah, man, that was cool. I didn't know they had a collab with Resident Evil. But next up is gonna be Final Fantasy Tactics. Let's see which track this is. I will definitely remember it. Wait. This is the original one. I'm not fine. Wait, but... Okay, you asked for the original one. Okay, so let's go for this. Oh yeah, remember this! This has Ramses' theme all over it. Man, the soundtrack of this game is so genius. Man, I remember Hitoshi Sakimoto, the composer of Final Fantasy Tactics, and the composer of Final Fantasy in this era, Final Fantasy 12. I remember it being controversial at the time. The fact that they changed composers, because the previous one was Nobuo Uematsu. And Sakimoto's music, man, listen to this. Oh my god, it's god tier music. Yeah, magical. Sakimoto's music is more, I want to say more dynamic I would go as far as saying it's even more complex than Nobuo Uematsu's music. And Nobuo Uematsu was more melodic and more catchy, so I remember Hitoshi Sakimoto getting hate at the time, like for Final Fantasy 12. Hey Burn says, hey Davi, I'm looking to go into the indie game scene. As part of that is composing my own soundtracks. I was wondering if you had any advice, tips for getting better at composing at a base level. It's hard to give advice, everyone has their own journey. I think learning basic music theory is a pretty good shortcut, because when you're a beginner, you don't know what sounds good yet. You don't have a good music ear yet. And music theory is a shortcut because it tells you what will sound good before you have that experience and that expertise. This is my new favorite track of the stream. Sir Pogsalot says, wow, this fantasy certainly seems to be one of the last ones. Must be some kind of last fantasy. Is that what you're thinking of? Last fiction. Oh, that's what you mean. The award-winning best-selling video game franchise, Last Fiction. Next up, we have Strawberry Gem again from Serafina. Thank you, Serafina. Rapid Eye Movement. Oh my god. Just from the title, I think this one is probably gonna go crazy. Yeah, but that Final Fantasy Tactics music is my new favorite from the whole stream. Rapid Eye Movement. Strawberry Volume 1. Sir Pogsalot says, ah yes, Last Fiction, precisely. Davi, have you ever heard anything from the Off soundtrack? I don't believe so. Yeah, of course it's gonna sound dreamy, right? A rather important stage of sleeping. Yeah, a stage I didn't have this week because I was worried about the apocalyptic rain that was falling in my town. Oh, drums! And this one, once again, sounds like Celeste to me. Oh, I forgot to thank Javelin. Thank you, Javelin. Catapili is my absolute goat. She's such a good composer. Interesting. She obviously made music for this mod. I wonder what else she did. Yeah, there's comments. Look at this comment. Directed to the composer. Your work is by far the strongest in the collab, in my opinion. Every time I've arrived in one of your levels, I've unknowingly been floored over and over again. Interesting. Impressive. you have more time and would be willing to listen, I could give you like by far the most popular track, also made by Caterpillar, but it's like 14 minutes long. I mean, you know the rules, Serafina. You're free to suggest that, but when it gets to 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to like skip ahead, because we have other tracks to listen to, you know. Yeah, but there's a really cool melody here. I've been even whistling it without even noticing. I wonder if the melody will come back. This synth beat sounds awfully familiar. I feel like they are using a lot of the same sounds or similar sounds to the sounds that we heard in Celeste. Serafina again, thank you, Serafina. Those Dead by Daylight chase tracks are quite long. They're good though. Yeah, but I also feel like they're 10 minutes long, but I don't think they need to be 10 minutes long, because when it gets to the 5-minute mark, they just repeat. Serafina says, giving Davi lots of money today. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. It's just the uploader. They're not actually long at all. Yeah. I get that feeling. That they shouldn't be really that long. Alright. Next up is another chase theme. This one is Xenomorph. Oh, okay, that's another collab from Alien. Cool. Very atmospheric. This one says live, yeah. It says live. Oh, I just realized I forgot my water. Forgot to bring my water to the studio. Oh! In a way, this one, there's more of a Hollywood feel to it, which is appropriate, right? Because it's a collaboration with Alien. And guys, let's everyone say goodbye to Giovanni. Giovanni is gonna have to leave. And with that, we're also gonna close the request. Giovanni, did you catch this last Serafina super chat? I think you did, right? Oh my god, it's so disturbing. Oh yeah, you did. I see it here. Okay, guys, so with that, requests are now closed. Let me do this. Request closed. Let me update the title as well. Bye-bye, Giovanni. Thank you for the help. So disturbing, and it does sound like, you know, sounds a lot more movie-like than the previous ones. Julia moment, yeah, Julia's leaving. She's gonna do groceries or something. Let me update the title. The title now says, man, listen to this. So intense. This reminds me of something. This part reminds me of something else, like some other movie. So the title now says requests closed. Thank you everyone that sent a super chat, that sent a request. Thank you very much. More creepy crawlies. Yeah, is it Terminator? It reminds me of some movie. And I think we're at the 5-minute mark, so let's skip ahead. I think it's just gonna be the same. Yeah. Wow. This one's probably my favorite so far. Of these chase themes from Dead by Daylight. Next up is Hand of Fate. Lucidity Redux. Oh, something soothing? Inari says, taking requests. Looks inside, request closed. Delightfully devilish, Davi. I mean, you know what? I should do that. I was about to say, I can't update the thumbnail to say request closed. But actually, I can't. I'm gonna do that next time. I'm gonna prepare an alternate thumbnail. Or, you know, in my defense, the title already says request closed. Oh, Zenix says the last one disappeared. Oh, I skipped it on accident. Is this one, the Blight Chase, right? I skipped it accidentally. It's gonna be the next one. Oh, it's kind of dreamy, kind of floaty. A really good way to make a song feel like floaty like this is to have no bass or very little bass. How often do you do these? Once a month. Amazing vocals. Hand of Fate. This song is from 7 years ago, so I suppose Hand of Fate is like a newer game, I guess. Drifting through the night sky with this one, yeah. One of my favorite roguelike card games. Oh. Is that a guitar I'm hearing? Like an electric guitar? So soothing. I appreciate that. Man, it sounds... I like the idea of playing a card game to this soundtrack. I don't play a lot of card games, but most of the card games I've played, they almost always have kind of tavern-like soundtracks. Like, remember Hearthstone, Gwent? They all have like this Celtic tavern music. I actually like the idea of playing a card game to this. But next up is Blind Chase. This one. I don't know, is that another collab? Doesn't look like it. Blueprint says Inscription. People have recommended this Inscription to me before as a game I could play on the gameplay channel. Dinix says this is a game original. Interesting. They always start very atmospheric, right? Very minimalistic. Some percussion. Disturbing strings. Yeah, very ambient. Inscription is a card game, but the tone is very different. Yeah, it seems to be special because people do recommend it to me. Brass. The brass is going crazy. Oh! This is max intensity, right? Yeah, I thought so. Percussion going crazy. The brass is absolutely insane. The dude is doing like a trombone solo. Okay. Is about to end. Trombone guy is going crazy again. And it just ends abruptly. Trombone guy did not survive. So next up is Scorching Steelworks from Unsighted. Request from Lit. Thank you, Lit. Oh, sounds jazzy. Blueprint says Blight is a rush down killer that uses a strange liquid to strengthen himself. Interesting. Tricuspid is here. Hey, Tricuspid. Zenix says, I'm just glad I got to share, even if it's not the most intricate stuff. I think it's more fun to share new things each time. Yeah, and that's one of the best things about Capitalism Edition, right? You can suggest a track that no one else would. So in that sense, I feel like it emphasizes each person's individual video game music tastes, and that's really interesting because you can have a music that a song that is important to you. Maybe you grew up with a game that nobody else played and you want to share that experience with other people, but you're not gonna be able to do that in democracy streams. We need wine and roses for this. Yeah, this is sophisticated. And the name of the track is Scorching Steelworks. I assume that's the name of a level. The name of the composer is Fernanda Dias. That's a very Brazilian sounding name. Very Brazilian name. Zenix says, feels like I'm dining in a high rise next to a window. That's what I was saying. The name of the track is Scorching Steelworks. So I assume there's a contrast going on here between the tone of the music and the tone of the level. I mean, I've never seen the level, but just by the name, like Scorching Steelworks. Steelworks is not something that is sophisticated and gentle and nuanced. So I assume there's an intentional contrast. Being done here. Yoi says, yes, Brazilian. Yeah. I thought so. It's kind of easy to identify a Brazilian by its name. Cogwar core kind of contrast, probably. Yeah. That happens all the time, by the way. I'm like, if I beat a game, for example, and the credits roll, I see a name like, wait a minute, that name is extremely Brazilian. And you know what? I'm not even Polish, but I have the same ability to identify Polish names. I look at a name and I go, that looks extremely Polish. M Shield says, how do I keep missing these? Get into the Discord, M Shields. I always tag everyone the day before on the Discord. The Discord is on the channel links of this channel. And that's an invitation for everyone, by the way. Get in the Discord. It's really cool. You're gonna get pinged about streams on the gameplay channel, on this channel, whenever there's a new video. Okay, that was Scorching Steelworks. Next up is from Sir Pogs. Thank you, Sir Pogs. Event Horizon. From Ultra Kill. Event Horizon. There's two versions of it, apparently. I'm gonna go with the calm one, because there's calm and there's combat. Oh! Tio says, Polish is easy. If the name has in it, it's almost certainly Polish. Yeah. Man, I love the organ work in Ultra Kill. The MIDI bass. Martin says, Czech names are probably easy too, especially if it's a woman. Why especially if it's a woman? Is there something special about women names in Czech? Man, some of these Ultra Kill songs have such a mass vibe, right? A mass as in a church mass with the organ and just the vibe that they create. It sounds like a prelude to a mass or something. Amazing. Amazing harmony. Oh wow, Emerthin says, most surnames are gendered. Wow, that's crazy. That's not the case in any other language that I know. So next up is the Talos Principle from False God from Talos Principle. Suggestion by Javelin. He also says Icelandic too. Oh wow. I mean, in Portuguese, I mean most words, even like inanimate objects, are gendered. So it's very common in Portuguese to be a man but to have like a feminine surname, or vice versa. Lysander says Talos Principle is an excellent physics puzzle game. Music is quite nice. Icelandic surnames are just this guy's son, daughter. We have family names. Interesting. Serafina says English doesn't have much gendered language in those ways, thankfully. Yeah, that's why Portuguese is a nightmare to learn for foreigners, and the most telltale sign of a foreigner, even if they have like perfect accent, perfect Portuguese, they get the genders wrong. Because, you know, on top of learning thousands and thousands of new words from a new language, you also have to learn the genders of each one, and it's completely arbitrary. It makes no sense. You just have to remember that a table is feminine, a computer is masculine. Andrew says Russian has gendered surnames. Interesting. Kuznetsov versus Kuznetsova. Oh. Serafina says that's not culture, I think, just part of. It's just culture, I think, not actually part of the language. Oh, you mean the shit thing? Okay. Choirs. This is one of those slow building up tracks. There's a consistent driving rhythm, and the song just builds up on top of it. Locus says German has masculine, feminine, and neutral words. We don't have neutral nouns. All nouns must be either feminine or masculine. And some people are upset by that. Lysander says, I remember you called the animals in Nier he, she, based on the Portuguese gender. Yeah. I still do that. It's hard for me to call an animal it, like you're supposed to, right? In English, you call an animal it. But if I'm talking about a dog, it's always a he. So next up is Xenix. Oh no, this we heard this already. Next up is Starfruit Supernova from Strawberry Jams. And this is the 14-minute one. It's a rare track of that game that features percussions. Oh wow. Usually it's more chill vibes. You mean the previous one, right? Yoimati says, we even don't have prepositions like a or the in Japanese. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't have a lot of things in Japanese. Like plurals, like you kind of have it, but not really in the way other languages have. When you look at it, Japanese is a pretty simple language. The difficult thing about it is the characters. This is the music from the best level from bass and modded Celeste. Serafina says, I like other Strawberry Jam tracks more than this one, but this one is very good. Martin says, I remember a story about someone from a Slavic country learning English and thinking it was simplified because they weren't doing declension. What is declension? I don't know what that is. Theo says, Ukrainian language has masculine, feminine, middle, and common genders. Very chill. And once again, this one sounds appropriate. Sounds about what I would expect from Celeste. Martin says, like what you do, like what do you mean only pronouns have cases and they only have two? Oh, I see what you mean. Only two pronouns? Oh, I see. Yeah, because you said there's masculine, feminine, and neutral. Think how he and him are two cases of the same word, but nouns and adjectives have those, and there's 7 cases. Noemi says, I had to pause. I didn't miss my request, I assume. I don't think you did. I don't think we missed. Yeah, yours is here, Noemi. Metopia. Oh, we're gonna listen to more Limbus Company music. Serafina says, I think it's around the 7-minute mark if I remember right. There's a call back to Vanilla Celeste. When we get to the 5-minute mark, I'm gonna see if we can find that. We're getting close to the 5-minute mark. Let's speed up to the 7-minute mark. Yeah, I feel like I remember this. Do I remember this from Celeste? Is this melody from Celeste? The song changes in-game depending on how far you are to finishing the level. Yeah, so it's like regular Celeste, right? Cool. Let's skip ahead. Wow, it changed a lot now. Slower. Wow, this is cool. It's a bit dancey now. Oh, that's the final part. Just piano. Interesting. Wow. Oh, I think it went back to the beginning, right? The beginning was kind of like this too. Cool. Okay, let's listen to the next one because this one is very long. Limbus Company is the next one. From Locus. Thank you, Locus. Saikai. Oh, piano. And this one is gonna have vocals, I think, because it's from that one singer that does Limbus Company music. Raqueline says, this is Celeste. Not the melody, but the 4 notes repeating. Oh, man, I could swear that the melody was also kind of familiar to me. The specific arpeggio is from the Summit B-side song.
Was young and lost. You showed up and had my doors unlocked. Like threads, petals unfold. A red kawa.
I mean, it sounds cute and lovely, but I won't fall for it.
You have shown.
I will not fall for this. Last time I heard one of these songs, it went insane really fast. Why is it not insane? Oh! Wait, this one is actually nice. This one is actually nice. No, wait. They're gonna... Yoimachi says, very soothing. Yeah, but I'm suspicious. Because the last one of these that I heard started out very sincere and tender like this, but then it became insane and twisted and crazy. This one's so nice. What a vibe. And the video that I'm watching here has lyrics. Sayonara means goodbye in Japanese, yes. Wow, I don't know what to think of this. I mean, it's lovely, but I didn't think Limbus Company would have nice songs like this. was this song originally made in another language? I wonder. Such a good chorus. Because the syllable rhythmic divisions are kind of awkward at times. I wouldn't be surprised if this English version was translated from another language and they had to fit some awkward syllables, like numbers of syllables in some tough spots. Sarah's here. Hey Sarah. Any Poppy Playtime fans here? I don't know what that is. What is that, Sarah? Man, that was a really nice song. Really nice chorus. Whoa. No. And it didn't really resolve. Didn't resolve very definitely. So next one is from Pori. Shadows Overloading, main theme. I believe I know. This is a cello, of course, but I believe I know the violin player that played in this game. I remember this game being developed a long time ago, and I've worked with the violin player that played in this game before. I probably also know the cellist, but I've never worked with the cellist. Yeah, this violin, I've worked with this violin before, this violinist. Loki says, Millie songs are like that. You mean nice and tender? The other one that I heard was not. It was kind of scary. Sarah says, it's a horror game going viral. Interesting. Oh, masked horror games. Oh, okay. The whole track is just strings, except for the percussion. Wow. Like, this has the intensity and the drama of a full orchestra, but at the same time, it sounds cozy because it's just a small string ensemble. Wait, was that a piano? Oh. And this is the main theme of the thing, right? There's a sense of danger to it. Like, some of these lower strings, they sound kind of intimidating. And the percussion as well. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Is this song in rhythm of a bolero? I don't know. I'm not sure. I just realized with that question that I'm not very familiar with bolero. It's definitely a 4-beat measure. Blueprint says, damn, this is a long list. I have a lot of waiting to do. Oh! Drama, the anticipation. Cool. That's very cool, man. It reminds me in a way of the Zelda Link's Awakening remake, where they had these dramatic, adventurous compositions, but the orchestral ensemble was so small. Only in that game it was mostly woodwinds, and here is just a small string ensemble. Javelin says, my only bolero reference is Ravel and Bolero of Fire. Yeah, I was about to say my only... I mean, I've heard Ravel, of course, but I don't remember it. So my only true reference of a bolero is Ocarina of Time, yes. Mr. Spook says, dang it, been waiting a month for a specific request and missed my chance. Get into the Discord, Mr. Spook, get into the Discord. I pinged everyone in the Discord yesterday, announcing the stream. I also announced the stream on the community tab of YouTube, but Discord, of course, is more reliable. And we're past the 6-minute mark. Let's skip ahead. It's just fading out. So next up is Nerve from Damon X Machina, Titan Scion. Titanic Scion. Let's see. Wow. Cool vocals. Nathaniel says, is this Millie? You mean this one? Where's this song from? I don't know. Damon X Machina. I don't even know what this game is. Oh, super dancey. M2 says this game is underrated. I've never seen it. Sarah says this music is definitely a boss fight. I don't know, it's hard to tell. It sounds like action, definitely, yeah. But I don't know, when I listen to this, yeah. If I had to guess, I would probably say boss. But it reminds me a lot of Zone of the Enders, to be honest. It's a mech power suit game. The original was very Armored Core. The sequel, this one, is more of Anthem, but actually good. it really does remind me of the Zone of the Enders. But I think a lot of these mech games have similar soundtracks just because of Evangelion and Gundam. They kind of set the standard for these kinds, especially Evangelion. They set the standard for these kinds of mecha games. Afton says, vote in the poll for Armored Core 6 so we can see Davi mecha-ing. Yeah, in case you don't know, guys, there's a post in the gaming channel that you can go there in the gaming channel, look in the community tab. There's a post there where I'm looking for suggestions for the next game I'm gonna play in the gameplay channel. You can check that out over here. Oisin is back. Hey, Oisin. Mr. Spook says, hey, even if there's no more requests, you deserve a tip. Thank you. Thanks, man. Hope to get my song in next time. Hope it aligns with your tastes. Anyway, happy streaming. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the tip. Thank you. Yeah, and like I said, make sure you get into the Discord, because you'll definitely not lose. You definitely not miss the next stream, because I ping everyone every time before a stream like this, because I know a lot of you guys look forward to it. You save your money. You have your money like set aside for a request. I'm sorry that you missed it. So next up is Lemurian Phoenix, and this is from Ilmertian. Oh, it's from Golden Idol. Is it this one? Very disturbing. Crazy sounds. Man, it's so trippy, like some of the sounds that they're using. Listen to this. Sounds kind of alien, otherworldly. And now there's vocals. Oh, guitars. Cool guitars. Delirium says, shit, I'm late. We'll probably keep going for a while longer. Delirium? For a lot longer, I think. Because the list of tracks is still pretty large. Although we've been going through them pretty quickly. This one takes place in Lemuria. In the 20th century. Wow. Where is Lemuria? Is that a real world place? If yes, does it sound like this in real life? Sounds like a great tourist attraction. Lemur. Is that a country, Lemur? Vocals reminded me of the Fushi knew a theme from Nine Salts. Emerson says, I think it's like Australia with ancient magical artifacts. Interesting. Emerthian says, lemur is a monkey. So Lemuria is not a natural place. You guys could have fooled me. So trippy. The golden idol is one of those Lemurian artifacts. Interesting. Oh wow, the voices, the vocals are warping and twisting. Lemuria is related to Atlantis. Oh, so it's a fictional thing. I like this gated voice. Yeah, it's trippy. Kind of scary. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Listen to the stream. There's so much tension. I know this is a mystery game, right? So that's appropriate. Feels thrilling. Okay, next up is Tenchu, A Blast from the Past. Isn't that a PS1 game? Oh, and it's from Sony. Published by Activision. So good. Man, PS1 music rules. Such good music, and this sounds like a real French horn. Real strings. Oh. Wow. Beautiful guitar. Nylon strings. Okami's here. Hey Okami, have you ever listened to Silent Hill's 2 intro theme before? That would make a great YouTube video if you haven't. I don't think I've ever heard any music from Silent Hill. Maybe I have in a stream, but I have never done a video on it. And the shakuhachi, listen. Sounds like a shakuhachi to me. The flute. This game is from 98. Man, 98 was a great... Wow, listen. Oh, guitar. Wow, the music of this game is better than I remember. Man, 98 was a great year for games, right? Ocarina of Time is from 98. Metal Gear Solid. I think Resident Evil 2. Was Final Fantasy Tactics from 98? You have done a video for Sonic. Yes, I have. But I was talking about Silent Hill. Half-Life 1 is 98, yeah. I think Soul Reaver is 98. Banjo-Kazooie is 98. What a fantastic year for gaming 98 was. I never realized 98 was so stacked. Yeah, what games have we said already? Ocarina of Time, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil 2. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy Tactics was 98. Half-Life, Banjo-Kazooie, that's 6. Historical games in the same year. There's probably more. Silent Hill 1 is just a month after 98. Man, I love this guitar. I think it's looping, right? Because I remember this guitar from before. So next up is Ridge Racer. Type 4. Move Me. Baldur's Gate is from 98. Oh, but I hear, you know, nowadays it's a... Oh wow, listen. Wow, such perfect music for a racing game. You can almost see it, right? Wow, so good. Baldur's Gate though, I know it's a really popular series right now, and I've never played it. I've never played any of them, but I've heard the first Baldur's Gate game is kind of mid. Like, not great. Fallout 2 from 98. It's a great blend, the guitar, the distorted guitar. These kinds of electronic drums. It's a really cool blend. I feel like I learned so much from doing these videos with you guys, by the way. Why does this work so well for racing? The harmony on top, the chords, they're so smooth. And almost like cool and relaxed. But the percussion underneath is so fast and frantic. I feel like that kind of contrast. is a good symbol for, you know, the speed of the race, but also the coolness, the kind of relaxing effect of it. StarCraft is from 98. Wow, another historical game from 98. Ridge Racer is apparently the same universe as Ace Combat. Wait, is it Bandai Namco? Ridge Racer? Wow, what a great song. Ridge Racer's Namco. Oh, okay. Listen to these moments. There's a sort of coolness and relaxation to it, even though the percussion is racing. Hapkins says Metal Gear is 98. Yeah, but I said Metal Gear. Yeah, these musics are so good, yeah. The guitar in this is really well played. Oh, wow. The edits on the guitar. Insane. So next up is Here I Will Wait, Infinity Blade. This is from Silverblade. The suggestion is from our good friend Silverblade. Infinity Blade. Building up. Oh wow, cool harmony. A surprising happy chord there. Raid says Panzer Dragoon Saga is also 98. Silverblade says one of the better mobile games to be produced. I didn't want to say it, but because I thought I was wrong. But yes, Infinity Blade is the mobile game, right? Man, I remember playing this ages ago. I thought I was wrong because this song was released 4 years ago, and I remember playing Infinity Blade on a tablet like maybe 15 years ago. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Lysander says Panzer is a great RPG. A shame it probably can't come to modern consoles or get a remake. Is that Square Enix, Panzer? So next up is The Great Sage from Metopia, a request from Noemi. Panzer Dragoon is Sega. Wow, this is amazing. This reminds me of Nier. Apple Juice says this song has such a warmth to it. Man, leave it to Nintendo. Even like a silly little game like this has banger music. I feel like there's an aspect of like Bulgarian singing to this. What a little intriguing song. Wow, this is great. It has such depth to it. I would never expect this from Metopia. I've never played one of these Metopia games. Raid says Panzer Dragoon Orta. It's one of the most underappreciated games ever. Desperately needs a remaster. What have you guys been playing, by the way? Apple Juice says Metopia is a goofy little game with ridiculously good music. Yeah, I don't doubt it, because it's Nintendo. Next up is Deus Ex. And Tio says, also, can I request Shadow Lord from Nier Replicant? Or have you heard it already? I mean, now it's too late because requests are closed. But you can request anything you want. Even stuff I have already heard. Everybody lies. I remember this game, man. Human Revolution. Orson says, I have the 3DS version of Metopia. It never really interested me. Rage says, I've been vibing Deep Rock Galactic. Interesting. I told you guys before, I've been playing Zelda Spirit Tracks. A blast from the past. I've been in a big Zelda mood lately because of the Ocarina of Time streams. I think I'm gonna go on a Zelda rampage this year. I'm gonna play a bunch of Zeldas. Lysander says, good question, I've been playing Metroid Prime 4. My wife is really into Stardew Valley lately. Devlin says, we've been playing puzzle games, a bit of Talos Principle, and Baba Is You. Or multiplayer Divinity 2. Interesting. Theo says, Stone and Rock. I got it wrong. You mean you got the track wrong? You want another track? Is that what you mean? Oh. Yeah, very sci-fi. I remember this game, man, in the Xbox 360. Oh, it's a meme. Okay. I remember this game coming out around the same time as Skyrim and Dark Souls. It was around that kind of 2010, 11, 12 stretch. Oisin says, I've been playing some demos, Inazuma Victory Road, and a Metroidvania called The Perfect Pencil. The Inazuma games, I don't know about that one specifically, but a lot of the Inazuma 11 games are... The music is composed by Yasunori Mitsuda, which is one of my favorite composers of all time. One of the best composers of all time, and the composer of Chrono Trigger. Raid says, gotta request some deep rock next time I can. Yeah, Theo says 2011. Yeah, that's the same year of Skyrim. Yeah, I remember. I didn't play this game, but I remember my brother playing it in the 360. Mash says, I've been playing Bloodborne and The Last Faith. Have you guys seen the news about Blue Point Games getting shut down? Speaking of Bloodborne, because I feel like one of the biggest hopes that people had about a Bloodborne remaster or remake was Blue Point Games, and now they've been shut down. So next up is Ratchet and Clank. Request from Raid. Docks area mini boss. This is PS2, right? Ratchet and Clank. Apple Juice says, oh, that's a shame. Yeah, about Blue Point, right? Mash says, Blue Point getting shut down really stinks. Have you listened to Xenogears OST composed by Yasunori Mitsuda? Yes, I have Xenogears here. I played it. I've beaten it on the PS1. It's a really good soundtrack, but I feel like it suffered from how troubled the game's development was. Lysander says, man, what a crazy thing for Sony to do. I wonder how they came to that decision. Sony's so... right now, today we've heard so many cool tracks on like PS2, PS1. Sony nowadays is completely out of their minds. They went on a live service phase where everything they wanted to do was live service. They suffered one of the probably the most catastrophic failure in video games history with, what was the name of that game? Concord. And Blue Point Games, a game studio that they acquired, I assumed at the time, for the purpose of making remakes and remasters, because that's what Blue Point does. For some reason, Blue Point was making a God of War live service game, which sounds awful, by the way. Why would they do that? And then the game was cancelled and they were shut down. Silver says, should definitely do some Ratchet and Clank videos. The whole song is based on that little motive. Oh, sense. Yoshi says F. Yeah, F for Blue Point. Guitar. Oh, very heroic. Lloyd Mari says, that's true, yet Xenogears for me, all-time best. Yeah, I hear that a lot. A lot of people have a lot of love for Xenogears. I appreciate it a lot. I really love that experimental kind of time for JRPGs from Square Enix. Stuff like Chrono Cross. I really appreciate these games. They're very special games. It's incredible to me that this is just a mini boss theme for a slightly larger than usual battleship. Yeah, it sounds more... It sounds more high stakes than that. But who knows? I mean... It happens all the time in game development. Maybe this was, in fact, composed for a bigger boss that, I don't know, got cut later on and they repurposed the track. That happens all the time. So next up is Cult of the Lamb, Calamar. And this is again from the composer that sadly passed away recently. Gansy. But again, of course, very trippy and kind of scary. The vocal. And these sound to me like MIDI vocals. Like these vocals are being played on a keyboard by someone. He also says Code of the Lamb OST is really cool. Matches the vibe of the game so well. Yeah, it sucks that the guy passed away though, right? There's not a single bad thing in the game. Calamar is one of the main bosses you fight. What I found interesting is that he's fighting for survival. Sir Pog says, just caught up on what I missed. Loved your comments on Event Horizon. Thank you, Sir Pogs, for the request. And by the way, Sir Pogs, I was just telling people here on chat, because some people missed the stream. They arrived at the stream and they were like, oh, I'm late, requests are closed. So I was just telling people that they should get into the Discord. The Discord, guys, is run by Sir Pogs, our good friend, the one, the only Sir Pogs. So next up is Void Stranger. This one is S asterisk 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 asterisk. Because, you know, in the Discord, I ping people before the streams. I tag everyone. Joy Mighty says, is this human voice? I wonder. I think it is a human voice, but it has been sampled. Wow, this track is great. Wow. This almost feel like this has a little touch of Undertale to it. Alkin says God of War gacha. Yeah, God knows what kinds of atrocities Blue Point was working on. I mean, it was probably bad because it got cancelled. But after the failure of Concord, Sony was probably very scared. Alkin says, why am I 10 minutes behind? Yeah, I suspected you were because I was talking about God of War live service like a while ago. Lysander says, I thought about joining, but I've just about never actually participated in any Discord I've ever joined. Yeah, but you don't need to participate to benefit from the notifications. I mean, if you don't want to get notified and don't want to participate, then yeah, don't join. But if you just want to know when I'm going live, it's really useful. Because YouTube is not reliable for that. Wait, what? Oh, I'm lagging a little bit. Where's back? Don't you guys feel like this has a little bit of Undertale? A little bit of Hopes and Dreams? Voice Stranger. I've heard a lot of music from Voice Stranger, and it's all very good. Yeah, Apple Juice says I can kind of hear it. Yeah. Pretty sweet track. Man, it's so cool. I get to know so many different tracks that I would have never heard before because of you guys. It just got even more Undertale. And, I mean, a track like this, I would guess this is for a pretty high stakes moment, right? Because it sounds so emotional. Sounds like a surge of adrenaline, a surge of emotion, an injection of hope. Much like Hopes and Dreams from Undertale, if I had to guess, I would guess this is probably a high stakes moment at the end of the game, if I had to guess. Oh, we're past the 5-minute mark. So let's skip ahead. Seems the same. Yeah, I think from here on out it's just the same. Oh! Little ending. Oh. And next up is Death Stranding. The Machine. I don't think I've ever heard any music from Death Stranding at all. I have to play these games. I like Kojima games. I press play. Is it bugged? Oh, it's not bugged. It just takes a while. How do you feel about Kojima going full mainstream mode for his OSTs? I don't know, because I've never heard it. I've never played. Death Stranding. But I did like his OSTs. I mean, his OSTs. For Metal Gear. Metal Gear 5 was cool. The OSTs. But he's been hiring Hollywood composers to do his OSTs since the PS2. So they've always had that kind of vibe. And even when he introduces licensed music into the games, which I assume this is, he's really good at like choosing the tracks. Very gentle. Yeah, drums like a heartbeat. I didn't notice that. The founder of the band behind the song died. Oh, wow. The vocals. And this is for... Oh, this is the first Death Stranding. Okay. Honestly, this sounds like such a Hideo Kojima song. Wow. Very subtle. Subtle emotion. There's a sensation of bliss, but sadness at the same time. M2 says, I love the first game. I wish Kojima didn't hold back so much for the sequel. I have never played neither. I want to play both though. How do you mean holding back? How did he hold back for the sequel? Isn't there a sensation of like bliss? Like you're suspended? Unaware? Yoid Mari says, reminds me of the Beatles. So, next up is another one from Oisin. Thank you, Oisin. The Eternal Life of Goldman. Main theme. Wait, Kevin Penkin. I know that name. The composer. Why do I know that name? I know that composer from somewhere. Yosu is leaving. Bye bye, Yosu. We'll post the timestamps tomorrow. Thank you, Yosu. I see that. I see that. I've been seeing that. How you post the timestamps for every live stream. Thank you. M2 says he dumbed down a bit of the gameplay. Oh. Guys, what else has Kevin Penkin done? I recognize the name. Let me see. Kevin Penkin. Anime composer, apparently. League of Legends. There's music for anime, Shield Hero, Made in Abyss, Tower of God. Yeah, I've heard the name. I thought there would be more games. Apparently he's an anime guy. I could swear I remember that name from like more games. Wait, Kevin Penkin did the Goldman music? Yeah, apparently yes, yes. Abkin says Made in Abyss had a pretty cool OST. I never watched that one. I remember watching Shield Hero like the first, I don't know, 2 episodes. I remember it was cool. I should watch more of it. Shield Hero. Oh, vocals. Oh. Flute. C2 says music in Made in Abyss is absolutely peak. Man, listen to this part. absolutely stunning graph. Man, that's impressive. Both Shield Hero and Made in Abyss are probably in my top 3 anime. Made in Abyss is a pretty brutal show, but can also be very heartwarming. Shield Hero Season 2 is unfortunate, but then good again. Yeah, man, one anime that I liked recently just got extremely bad, and I just had to drop it. To Your Eternity. Have any of you guys watched To Your Eternity? It started out absolutely amazing, mind-blowing concept, but then season 2 got kind of bad, and season 3 got really bad, so I just dropped it. Unfortunate. Lysander says, and for anyone curious about Made in Abyss, even though it's about kids, it's not good for kids to watch. Alkin says, I wanted to watch To Your Eternity. Now I kind of don't want to. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I get that. Like, even if first season is good, like, when you know the next seasons are not good and the show is kind of like not going anywhere, it's kind of hard to feel motivated. And we're past the 5-minute mark, but it's also almost over. Next up is another one from Blueprint, and his Work and Worship from Cult of the Lamb. Lysander says, I tried To Your Eternity. I would agree, yeah. Is this the first kind of more playful, positive Cult of the Lamb track we're hearing? Oh, and once again the sampled vocals. Because the other Cult of the Lamb tracks we've heard so far were pretty disturbing, ominous. Cult of the Lamb has 2 different sides of gameplay, the base management and the dungeon crawler. So which one has playful music like this? I imagine base management is gonna have more relaxing music. That's what I would do if I was composing. Playful is the farm. Yeah, you don't want to stress the player out when they are like deep in thought, taking strategic decisions, making complex strategic moves. I mean, you can do that, and some games do that, but only if it's like, you know, for a kind of game that has strategy on a timer, something like that, a timer to get something done in a strategy game. Usually you want to let the players be when they're strategizing. You should try the game, it's pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, I hear about it everywhere. It's pretty successful, obviously. I love the sample voice. It sounds like a real recording of a voice, but it's been put into the computer, into a software, and spread throughout a keyboard like this, like the one I have here. And the guy is just triggering the audio file and manipulating it in a million ways. Cult of the Lamb's composer died as well. Yeah, people told me that at the beginning of the stream. Apparently he died recently. This snare is a little Foley. It sounds like the snare rim. They hit, instead of like actually hitting the center of the drum with the stick, they hit the rim of the snare. The guy made sound effects for the game too, I believe. Interesting. I find that impressive. Hasn't Christopher Larkin as well? Wasn't he also making sound effects for Hollow Knight? I don't know if he did for Silk Song. Because man, making music already takes so much time. How do the guys also find the time to also do the sound effects? I've done music and sound effects for a game once, but it was a tiny game, mobile game. It was the only time I did sound effects. I didn't like it, so I didn't do it again. And we're past the 5-minute mark, but I think it's also already looping, right? So next up is Final Fantasy XIV Sunrise. Suggestions from M2. And Final Fantasy XIV, it has to be Soken, right? The composer. Abkin says, SFX engineers, let me do a fart sounds with my mouth and change the pitch and reverberation. Yeah, that's what you do. I remember doing coin sounds, like taking a bunch of coins and shaking them around, like hitting them to create the sound of armor, of like chainmail. Soken does really good tracks with lyrics. I love the lyrics. The songs with lyrics that he composed for Final Fantasy 16 as well. I remember, I think I told this story before in a stream. I remember spending an entire afternoon punching spaghetti to create gore sound. Abkin says, Armor Footsteps is more Foley. It sounds more fun than UFO sounds, lasers, monster growls. Yeah, you have to... Some stuff you just have to use audio synthesis, which is you just create the sound in the computer instead of recording something. I think it's looping already, but let's let it play. Oh, and the lyrics are in Japanese, I just realized. There's parts in English too. It's one of the few songs I can almost get max score in Theat rhythm. This song is in Theat rhythm. I haven't looked at that in a while. There's probably a bunch of new songs. Lysander says, speaking of anime, my 18-month-old is loving the Eevee and Friend Pokemon short. We are going to watch it again. Thanks for the stream. Have a good day, Davi in chat. Bye bye, Lysander. Thank you for hanging out with us. I wonder who the female singer is. The voice sounds familiar. Let me see. The singer? Someone in the comments is saying the singer is also Trile's Japanese voice actress. She's a voice actress. Probably a famous voice actress. If you're recognizing it. It sounds familiar to me as well. Yeah, let's go to the next one. And this one is a Kirby song. Man, Kirby Air Riders is out already. This is the final boss battle. Man, this is gonna roll. Who composed this? Kirby music rolls. Who composed this? Let me see. Kirby Air Riders composer. Oh, they are. Shogo Sakai is an old school Kirby guy. So Sakurai got one of the original Kirby guys to compose this. And also Noriyuki Iwadare from Smash Bros. Mohammed says, may I know the music that we listened to earlier? I mean, there's a lot. Someone will probably add timestamps later in the comments. I can say it's almost 4-hour long capitalism stream this time. It's probably gonna go for a while longer still. I'm still getting a feel for these because before I never used to close the requests. I would just let it go. Now that I'm doing the closing request thing. I have to get a feel for when I should close the requests to not have the stream be too long. The very recent one before the Kirby Air Rider, it was Final Fantasy XIV Sunrise. I'm keeping an ear out for old school Kirby references in this. I haven't noticed any. Man, it's really good. The electric guitar with the orchestra is such a good combo. Okay, next up is Attack of the Golem from Dawn of the Dragon. This is a suggestion from Silverblade. Thank you, Silverblade. Attack of the Golem. I think it's this one. The quality on this is really bad though. Silverblade says not that one. It's the only one that says Attack of the Dragon. Attack of the Golem, I mean. There's the Golem. There's City Golem. That was the only one that said Attack of the Golem. Part 1, 2, and 3. Okay. This one? Is the city golem a golem that lives in a city, or a golem that is a city? I would guess it's a golem that you encounter in a city. What is this? Dawn of the Dragon. What year is this? Probably PS2 or PS3, I would assume. Because, you know, this is probably not PS1. PS1 already had like the sound quality to produce music like this. But Spyro probably did not have this kind of budget back then. 2008, so that's probably PS3. Probably PS3. Released on both 2 and 3. Okay. So, Silver, do you want me to listen to all of the parts? Because all of the parts probably add up to more than 5 minutes. So I'll probably have to skip around the third part. so glorious for a cartoony dragon game. Just this is fine, okay. And oh my god, this has to be like a highest stakes scenario, right? It's probably a final boss. Comments on that video should translate the lyrics from Latin to English. Let me see. Wait, there's no comments in this video. Maybe you're thinking of a different video. Oh my god, the quiet. Wow. Absolutely intense music from Spyro. Next up is the Stormboat. Streets of Rage. Let's see. Yeah, Yoi Mari says, I like the drum, timpani, and cymbal. Yeah. On the previous track, right? They're huge. Oh! I love this immediately. The name of the track is Stormboat, right? Immediately you can feel the swing of the boat. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's so synthy. It almost sounds a little piratey too. But yeah, synthy and dubstep. Like you're sailing the seas, you're feeling the swing of the sea, of the waves. Oh, it's changed. They switch from a 3-beat measure to a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's dancing now. Yeah, it gets faster. And again, I knew they would do this. I was asking myself when it was going to happen. They're back to the swing of the waves. Oh! Oh, they faked us out. They made me think we were going back to the waves, but now we're back to dancing. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're doing the melody from the waves part into the dancing part. Wow. That was a cool track. Next up is Hyperlight Drifter. The Last General. The Hanged Man. Is it this one? Oh no, this is just gameplay video. I think it's this one. Ask says yes. Kira says, by the way, love your Hollow Knight content. Hopefully you react to Silk Song more. What would you suggest from Silk Song? What I have in mind for Silk Song next would be Nyleth. Other than that, what is there to do from Silk Song? Ask says, I suggest the choir. Oh, the choir. Is that the one from the Gauntlet? The High Halls Gauntlet? I think it is, right? I don't remember if there's a video on Songclave. There is not. Man, now when I think about the High Halls Gauntlet, I remember Kadi. Kadi was going insane while I was doing the Gauntlet. I suggested it a while ago on a stream. About the Nyleth video, I've just been building up. I don't know if courage is the right word, but I've been building something up to be able to tackle that video, because it's such a serious. I feel like it's such a serious video to make. Because of the character that the song was made for. There's the whole story of the fan that passed away from cancer. So next up is Watch Dogs. Bunker theme. Man, and the next one is Ease. Watch Dogs. I remember that game as well. Watch Dogs. The hacking game. 11 years ago. What is Ease? I've never played it, but it's a JRPG series. with excellent music. So I'm looking forward to the next one. Kira says, I would love to see a reaction to Last Dive or Strive. Strive is the first boss, right? I think first boss theme, like generic boss theme. Ask says, thank you for playing my suggestion. Thank you, Ask, for participating, for sending your super chat. Thank you. It was really cool. I didn't say much about it, about your suggestion, but it was really cool. Very synthy. This was an Ubisoft game, right? If I remember correctly. I remember this game being a big deal back in the day. Probably like 15 years ago. Avkin says more like 10 years. I mean, this upload alone is 11 years old. And there's a dude in the comments saying, who's still listening to this masterpiece after 13 years? So he's at least 13 years old. Noemi says, I had to leave for a bit and missed my request, but I scrolled back and watched it. Glad you liked it. Utopia was such a surprising joy of a game, and the entire soundtrack slaps. Yeah, I've never played it. I honestly am not very interested in playing it, but man, everything I've heard from the soundtrack of that game really is special. Just Nintendo never misses with music. (2014). Kira says, sounds like a handpan. Yeah, there's that vibe to it. Very atmospheric. There's all these sounds like flowing in and out of the track while the steady bass drives the rhythm. Do, 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 do. Oh, a surprising happy chord there. Cool. That was Watch Dogs. Next up is Ease 3, The Boy Who Had Wings, PC Engine version. That is from M2. Is this one. What year is this? Man, this slaps. This has to be 90s, right? Amazing. East 3 was published in 1989. Wow, 80s. But this sound quality doesn't sound like the 80s at all. But then I just realized it sounds good because it's PC engine. It's not like some home console like the NES. Like if this was on NES, it would sound so much worse than this. Wow, that's impressive. So PC Engine had this quality of sound in the late 80s. That's why I assumed this was 90s. Like I assumed it was late 90s because of the sound quality. Yeah, it sounds so old school. Next up is Dragon Quest. Wow, that was a really cool track. One of my favorites from the stream. Heavenly Flight. I wonder if I know this track. Because I've never played Dragon Quest 3. But Dragon Quest has a bunch of recurring melodies across the games. Avkin says that was S plus tier, right? Is there a list anywhere of the songs you reacted to in this stream? Not yet, but people will post timestamps in the comments, but it might take a while. I don't recognize this melody from any other game. It's probably exclusive to Dragon Quest 3. This track appeared in Dragon Quest 8. Oh, I've played Dragon Quest 8. I don't remember this. It's in Dragon Quest Builders for sure. And I just realized we're listening to a lot of music today from composers that passed away. The composer of Dragon Quest unfortunately passed away too. Koichi Sugiyama. Heavenly Flight has such beautiful melodies and chords that Sugiyama wrote. Yeah, Sugiyama was an amazing composer. One of the first to bring that orchestral side to video game music. I've never seen anything about Dragon Quest, but this sounds so familiar. Deja vu? I mean, I know a lot about Dragon Quest. I've played a bunch of them and I didn't recognize this. It's probably a coincidence. Next up is Toho. Entrusting the world to idols. I feel like I recognize that title. I might have heard this already. I think it's this one. With Toho is always challenging because there's so many remixes, but I think this is the original. And this is one of the newer Tohos, I think. 17. What year is this from? I wonder. This was posted in 2019. I think you already heard it a while ago. Yeah, I recognize the title. And you can really tell it's a newer Toho song by the instruments. Yoi Mari says Koichi Sugiyama had been a very famous, popular song composer before he started working on Dragon Quest series. I've heard of that. I wonder what he was doing before. I've heard of that, but I don't know what he was doing before. Was it like... I mean, you say popular song, but... do you mean like songs of like... singers and stuff, like pop artists? That would be cool. Pop Japanese music from the 70s and 80s had a lot of orchestra, and a lot of it sounds just like Sugiyama. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was composing some of the pop music from those eras for the artists. What games are your favorites to play? Zelda is my favorite series. The Legends of Zelda. Yoi Mari says, for singers, pop songs, right? 60s and 70s. That's exactly what I thought. I mean, chances are I might have heard an arrangement from Sugiyama in a Japanese pop song from the 60s and 70s without even knowing. Like stuff like Hideki Saijo, that kind of 60s, 70s era pop music has so much orchestra in it. Oh, disturbing chord there. Man, this, I'm just noticing this. There's an added sense of epicness to this track compared to other Toho songs. Feels like higher stakes than usual, because Toho songs are usually pretty playful. What's the current song? Is this one, Toho 17, Keiki's theme. Javelin is leaving. Bye bye, Javelin. See you next time, everyone. Probably tomorrow if you're there. Yeah, we're gonna stream. By the way, in case you don't know, we're gonna stream Ocarina of Time tomorrow in the gameplay channel. You can subscribe to gameplay channel if you don't want to miss that. Sugiyama also composed the main theme for Ultraman. That's cool. So he was already accomplished by the time he started working on video games. That's interesting, because I always had the impression that video games on those early days, on the NES, I always had the impression that they didn't pay very well, because I don't know, the industry was not what it is today. And, you know, for other industry legends of the time, like Shigeru Miyamoto and Nobu Uematsu, those guys were being hired like right out of college. So they were certainly not being paid very well. So for an experienced guy like Sugiyama to work in video games, that's curious. I wonder if he was well paid. But anyway, we're past the 6-minute mark, so let's go to the next one. And it's looping already anyway. Next one is whatever this is. BOF. What is this? BOF. Linear Ring Enchanted Love. I'm not sure if this is okay. I believe BOF is an event where people create music specifically for rhythm games. I mean, if it's game music, it's fine. Enchanted Love. I think it's this one. Yoimari says, that's completely right, Davi. He was a big fan of games, but 4 video games appeared. Interesting. What game are you playing for your next blind playthrough? There's actually a post going on in the gameplay channel exactly to decide that. The gameplay channel is right here. You can click on this link and go to the community tab, and there's a post there where I'm asking which game should I play next. You can suggest a game. So this sounds perfect for a rhythm game because it's very, you know, rhythmic. I can totally see it. This is a short one. Man, and there, some parts have like complex syncopated rhythms. Again, very appropriate for a rhythm game. A mosquito. There's a ticking sound. I just noticed. Was the ticking sound playing throughout the whole song? I just noticed it. Anyway, next one is Crazy Days from Mugenics. I'm in a big Mugenics phase right now. I'm probably gonna record a bunch of videos on Mugenics. Crazy Days. This one.
Crazy days, stuck in a wormhole. You know, I lost my mind and I'm running backwards. Can't believe I'm
Oh man, that's crazy. So this one is kind of country.
like an old dream. Would you tell me now what this new world has become? In a maze, logic is trampled. I'm a rambling, gambling heart attack. Which way is up?
The music in this game is so high quality and it's so versatile too.
Watching that uphill river flow. It's all wrong just singing a song while it's falling apart. And
Adkin says Outer Wilds winning the Paul Hades, slightly behind. Yeah, but remember Adkin, after the post, we are still going to do the members only Paul.
it's all ablaze. Can't stop the chaos or the madness. Disasters all around me. Gonna
Martin says sounds like Johnny Cash. Such an authentic country feel to it. Country, like early rock, right? Rock and roll.
Like another one of her. I'm just running like a police scanner. Don't make me mad, cause I'm Bruce Banner. Where do I go and where do I run?
That's crazy. I'm really impressed with the music in this game.
Fall apart and it won't take long. Can't believe I'm seeing it double. Watch me stumble, laying down under the ground. Screams so loud.
Atkins says, I'm voting Hades on the second poll, but Outer Wilds is cool too. The solo! There's harmonica on the background. That's really impressive. I just recorded a video on Mugenics this morning. Amazing. And all the songs so far, all the songs that I've heard
Watching the scenes before my eyes.
are different genres.
Looks like a burning garbage truck. Hair's on fire.
I'm noticing a pattern though. They are all like blues adjacent somehow,
Nowhere to be. Got a hold of me.
but still very different types of blues.
I'm a bug-eyed snake-tailed feather tongue fuzzy. I'm so
Very
dirty,
impressive.
say I'm scuzzy. Look out now. Gotta get out of here. It's all wrong just singing a song. Well, it's falling apart and it won't take long. Can't believe I'm seeing it double. Watch me stumble, laying down under the
Planet Ridiculon practically does almost all genres. I'm really curious to see if the soundtrack of this game is going to remain blues adjacent, if they're going to do just a bunch of like blues related rhythms, or if they're going to go like completely wild with completely different things. Because so far it has all been like blues adjacent stuff, still very versatile and impressive. So next up is Varg's theme, Thymesia. Dun, 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 dun. Immediately catchy. And it's a 7-beat measure too. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. I mean, odd time signatures like this are really good for bosses. They create a sensation of unpredictability. Atkins says, Thymesia was a cool game all about parries. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen it. The music changed a lot. Probably a second phase or something. Now there's quiet. Bravely marching, like feeling. Yeah, there's a sense of a march. Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. There's a sense of duty, right? The previous phase with the odd time signature was a little bit more unpredictable and disorienting. This one is more focused with that sense of of a march. Emergent says somewhat Silk Song-esque. I can see it a little bit, especially the choirs. Although I feel like this song is a little bit Hollywood style with the ostinatos and the heavy orchestral percussion. Silk Song is more classical music style. I think songs with odd time signatures and battle drums go well together. Wow, it's fading out. Okay. Next up. I don't know what this is. Sing for the Queen. From Goddess of Victory. That a game? I think is this. What is that? The name of the game is Goddess of Victory. And there's lyrics. The video that I'm watching has lyrics. This is gonna be one of those huge orchestral operatic tracks. Atkins says mobile gacha. Dude, it does sound like it. The gacha games always go so hard on the music. And you know, these kinds of songs with lyrics and stuff. It's such an interesting business model, right? And they all have this in common. They go super high quality for the music. I mean, I think in a way it's like they're trying to stay away from the image of a cheap free game. Because music, as much as it is a game asset, is also a marketing asset. So if they put such high quality, intense music like this in a teaser or something, it creates an image of production value, high production value. Oh, the strings are rising up. The lyrics are really cool. Wow, this is so intense. I mean, at the same time that is glorious and kind of monarchic, there's also some darkness to it. It's kind of ominous, scary. But anyway, next up, the dragon returns from Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. That is a blast from the past. Lords of Shadow. Dragon Returns. That was posted 13 years ago. Starts pretty quiet. We were talking about Kojima games before. This is a Kojima game, by the way. It's a Castlevania. Is a Kojima Castlevania. Oh! Mash says, I listen to the song often. Interesting. It's been a long time since I played these games and listened to this music. So I don't remember exactly, but I remember being kind of disappointed that they didn't reference old school Castlevania music at all. Would have been cool if they did something or other in a more Castlevania classical style, or at least referencing it. Pay homage to the musical heritage of the series. Wow. Next up is Electrodynamics from Geometry Dash. I think it's this one. Oh, next up is Tunic music. I've never heard any music from Geometry Dash. Askin says, I see Metal Slug. I love to play these games on the arcades. Yeah, I never played on the arcades, but I remember playing them on the PS1. There was no Metal Slug for Super Nintendo, right? I think it was PS1. I remember playing it. Metal Slug, is that Konami? I think it's Konami. Konami, man, used to be very prolific back then. All Metal Slug are like 99, 2000, 2003. Yeah, so it's probably PS1. SNK. Ah, interesting. Did you hear more tracks from Eugenics? I heard a new track like 10 minutes ago from Eugenics, and I also recorded a new video this morning on Eugenics. So dancey, and I've never played Geometry Dash, but I know it's a game of a lot of precision, right? Super difficult game, like to speed run and stuff. So these kinds of games really benefit from these dance tracks that put you in that kind of state of trance, state of flow. To just focus on the beat and you get into that flow state. I'm actually composing a soundtrack for a game that is exactly like that. I mean, it's not electronic like this, but it has that kind of flow state aspect that comes from a steady dance beat. You kind of follow the rhythm. Yeah, that's why it's so important. Next up is Tunic. Round table. And the next track is the last one. I've heard some Tunic music before. I remember it being very reverby. Like mystical. Just like this. But for a second I thought this was going to have vocals. I should play Tunic one day, says Abkin. People tell me to play it all the time. Abkin says, I heard Tunic is a bit like Outer Wilds with all the mysteries and Easter eggs, which is something I don't like that much. Yeah, man, Tunic music has such a signature vibe to it. Every time I listen to it, it sounds exactly the way I remember it, like the signature way I expect it to sound. There's this long reverb to everything. Even if they use common instruments like they used just a little bit ago, like orchestral instruments, brass and stuff. It's all enveloped into this mysterious fog. It creates such a cool atmosphere. Tunic is more like Dark Souls and Zelda, with combat and a lot of mysteries. So now we're down to the last track, guys. Metal Slug. Speeder. Oh! Oisin says, I don't like Outer Wilds that much, but Tunic is awesome. I think this is the first time I'm seeing someone say that they don't like Outer Wilds much. What year is this Metal Slug from? I'm always very interested. You probably, I'm always very interested. You guys probably have noticed in knowing the year of the songs. I think it provides some interesting context for the context in which it was composed. This is 2019. I mean, maybe it was released on YouTube in 2019. I don't think this is from 2019. Yeah, 2003. Yeah, I thought so. This doesn't sound like 2019. Man, this rule. The bass, man, the bass jumps up and down constantly. The guitar is so tight. Warren says this is one of the best missions of Metal Slug, even with the cut content. Was this on the arcades or was it in a home console? Probably both, right? This 2003. This could have been on a PS2, I guess. PC. The synth brass sounds so cool. This blend of like fake instruments like synth brass, retro sounding instruments with real recorded instruments, this blend is so cool. Because the guitar is absolutely real. At least it sounds like it. Man, really top-notch guitar performance. So tight. The rhythm guitar. Oh, it's loopy. It's gonna fade out. Guys. Yeah, Abkin says the game series about espionage, Nazi aliens, and zombies, of course. Guys, oh my god, this has been fun. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. If you are so inclined, show up tomorrow to the gameplay stream, because we're gonna stream Ocarina of Time, but it's not just any old Ocarina of Time playthrough. We're doing a challenge where we beat the whole game without the sword. So come hang out with us. The link is in the chat. For now, it's time to say goodbye to me, so I can say bye right back to you. Bye bye, guys. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you for hanging out with me. Abkin says sticks only. Yeah, sticks only. Bye bye, Abkin. Oisin, Omorthian, M2, Kira, Apple Juice, Yoi Mari, Tio, Mash. Thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's see each other again on the gameplay channel. Bye bye.